Well, it's been a couple of years, and that audio seems really, really low. And a lot of static in the background. We didn't have that in testing. That's brand new, so I will figure it out. Bear with me, folks. We've got a little bit of work to do here to make this work. If you can type in the chat whether you can hear me, I'm using a new audio processor, so I think there might be an issue with it, but I would really appreciate the help. And yes, I left the manual for it at home. Why would I bring it with me? This is the Phv Open 9-ball tournament, coming to you from Q1 Billiards in Richmond, BC, and Top 147, which is right next door. Good hit from Ed, or good shot from Edwin. It's going to bring out the creative process in Allen. Hoping to kick and stick right behind that 9 and send that 3-ball down table. Gotta be careful it doesn't end up. Too far down the table. I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of my mouse on here. I know I can do it. It's just, like I said, it's been 2 years, so got a little bit of work to do to refigure this out. Made a legal hit. I'm not sure if that 3-ball goes down past the 5-7. I don't believe it does, but it may just wobble in there. Got to hit it with the right speed here. May just elect to play safe. We'll see what he's thinking about. Boy, do I feel rusty. I will apologize for the language, folks. It is a public place. I cannot control what people say. And I shouldn't. But I will apologize for any colorful language as we progress. You can see the background, the tournament's in full swing. Edwin going for a 2-rail kick at this. Made it 3 rails. It's going to bounce out and leave it right over the pocket. Not the scenario he wanted, but it was still a good hit. Allen's got to check this and bring this over for the 4. It may have a little bit too much speed on it. Good. I think he's fallen just shy of the 5, so he should still be able to get past there. Overhead view would be nice, but I don't have one. I'm going to switch between views for a little while until I get happy with one. Oh, that score has changed. Oh, because, yeah, I'm trying to bring it in via live scores from the digital pool website. And obviously a match has finished, so that's a process that's not going to work. I'll have to keep adjusting it. Allen's leading 4-3. 650 and 708 Fargo's. Let me know if that static in the background is still there. It was pretty prevalent when we first started. Hopefully it's been solved. And let me know if you can hear me as well. Edwin trying to even it up with this finish and clearance of this table. Four. So you can see on the sheet here, they're well into the second round. Some second round matches are already finished. Pretty common names for pool in the Lower Mainland here. The winner of this match will take on Simon Pickering, another one of the favorites to win here, 727 Fargo. There's a few people in this match that you don't want to sleep on. A lot of people in the 650. Quite a few people above 600. John Pay-Pompey, watch out for him. Fella shoots pretty straight. Rack number 9. Edwin. Good spread in the balls, but failed to make it. They are racking with the 9 on the spot, 2 on the tail. Next break in the action, we'll pop the poster up and take a look at that. I've been fiddling with the audio all morning because they've got music playing in the background. We're always trying to remove the music so we don't get a copyright strike, and then they just shut the stream down. Bit of a pain in the tuchus. Edwin going up over the 6-7. After the 1. It's going to be tricky to get any sort of shot on the 2. Might be just playing a safety here with the jump shot, but kind of 50-50 to play a safety on the... I don't think he touched the ball. Happens sometimes. These jump shots do require a certain stroke. It's got to be a little quicker than your average one just to get that cue ball and that energy transferred into the cue ball and off the slate. Rubs the 7 going over top. Hangs the 1. That's going to break the 7-8 out. Not break it out, but disrupt it a little bit, make it a little easier to finish. I think that was a little bit further down the table. I can't remember. Just a little bump, take the 2 into that left-hand corner pocket. Sorry, just tweaking another setting. There's going to be a lot of that this weekend. Sorry, folks. But that's what happens when you take 2 years off. Going to hit the horn. I thought it might wobble in, but not quite. But the cue ball is going to get behind the 7. Allen with a little wave of, hey, sorry, didn't mean to get lucky, but he'll take it. He's got a little bit of separation there, and he is only going over the side of the 7, so jumping this could be an option. The 9 ball's a little bit in the road of the kick. I'm not sure if that is blocking it or not. Made it up over the 7, drops that 4, and he's decent on the 5. Oop, that's not the right camera. There we go. Just needs to follow the cue ball up a little bit. And he took the wide part of the pocket, but drops it in. So I'm just streaming to YouTube today, so if you know of somebody who wants to watch it, please share the link with them. I have posted it on my Kikin Billiards Facebook page and in a couple of the local Facebook groups. But if you'd like to share it, I'd appreciate it. I know there are several people in the venue that were looking for it. It's now up and running. To take the lead. Edwin leading 5-4. We'll drop over to that old browser there. So you can see from at the bottom of the second round, we have Vernel Mendoza tied with Arnaldo and Fiesta, or leading 3-2. Brie Garcia leads 3-1 over Francis So. Atan and John trailing 3-2. Atan shoots good too, so. Edwin breaking rack number 10. He's getting that cue ball to go out and across. But he's just not able to pull the 1 ball into the side pocket. Not much to work with for Allen here. Another push shot coming up. He'll move this off to the side. May elect just to push now, probably into this zone here. Nope, he's taking this side of the 9. This window may have been a little too tight. This way he's assured to give Edwin a look at that one. He will usually, when the player pushes out to an open ball like that, he'll usually have a reply planned. And Edwin's giving it back to him. Very easy to make a big mistake here, so I don't mind this plan of giving it back. Tried to keep that cue ball behind the 6 and hoping to get that 1 ball past the 5. Use that as a bit of a blocking ball, but he's got to look at the 2, traveling down this way for the 3. A little bit of an angle, so I'm not sure how he will be able to play that. Looks like the cue ball's going this way after the 2. You know, I know there's a silly little box I have to check to stop capturing the darn arrow as it comes across the screen to do the telestrating. I don't remember where it is. Fairly straight on the 5, but he can cheat the pocket and get that cue ball anywhere he wants on the table. Just being a right-handed shot, it's a bit of a stretch. You can see him tossing the leg up on the table. Probably going to draw into the side rail and down table. Yeah, something like that. Well, I've reduced the cursor to what looks like a little fly running around on the table. But that's better anyway. Running forward off the 7. Yeah, he's changed his mind. A lot of options here. Sorry, not a lot of options here. He doesn't have a lot of angle, so he doesn't want to try and stun it into the rail and come across. The 8 ball is only slightly forward, just about a diamond or a little less than a full diamond towards the top rail, or the top rail here, bottom rail on the screen. Tried to spin it with top left and run it around the table. Misjudged the deflection there. Not an easy shot to do. Allen coming to the table with a pretty simple 3-ball run out. Of course, every run out we think that's simple can be complicated as soon as we touch the cue ball. I think he'll probably go around the 8. Hanging that 7-ball. Edwin can come rail first here. Flip the 7, come 2 rails out and back out into the same area. Oh, that's going to be slow. He's going to be hooked behind the 9, I believe. No, he's got the left or the right-hand edge of that 8. If anybody didn't catch it, last week they had the Chinese Taipei Open 9-ball tournament on EvoSports. All of it is, I think it's actually available through Digital Cool as well. I believe they saved all the streams. You can check out any one of those. It's pretty amazing. It's a lot of fun. As a result of coming up short, Edwin failed to pot that 8. Allen with a long look at it here. I'm going to have to fix that score changing. Let me see if I can figure that out. Slowly figuring it out. It's been a while, like I said. I know. Quit whining. There we go. Now that should keep the game current. And the score accurate on the screen. The only thing it doesn't tell you is the Fargos. But I think Allen was a 706 or 708. Edwin's around the 650, 660 mark. Interesting cluster there. I confess I was not paying attention and therefore do not know what happened on that break. But Allen's going to try and open it up off of this. And try and come off that one into the rail, and then with as much speed as he can, come into that 9 and hope that he gets a decent result. Looking at the 2. Oh no. I gauged that all wrong. Is he going to have a look at that cue ball at all? He may have to go airborne here, come up over the 6 to get at it. No rail, but he's tied it up. That's quite the interesting cluster there. I have no idea how Edwin's going to get separation between the 2 and the cue ball. The only thing I can think of is he tries to hit that 2-4 as square as he can and draw the cue ball off of it. So try and draw the cue ball this way and leave that 2 right where it is. That'll work. That will work. He's used the 6. I'm not sure we'll have an angle of this, but wrong one. The 6 is taken this away, so he won't be able to kick at it that way. And they've asked the ref to come over. The ref will videotape this, but he's going to try and come at it 2 rails. I'll switch views so we get a better look at exactly what he's trying to hit. A little bit more than half the ball. Didn't miss by much, but he did miss. Edwin to the table. I think he's going to play another safety. Just not sure exactly what that's going to look like. Probably just as simple as shooting the 2 towards the side rail and getting that cue ball to freeze on the back side of the 7. There we go. A little too far. Cue ball has come past the 6. Right out into the open. Allen just needs to draw into the 7 here. He'll stop for the 3. Be able to move that cue ball anywhere he wants with that angle. Whoops. Not a lot of angle there. Straight back is the only option he's got. You can see he's thoroughly pleased with the idea. But he's got the stroke to pull this off and make it look easy. So would have liked to gone a little farther. Still not a difficult transition from the 4 to the 5. Just going to float down table, come back, shoot the 5 in the same pocket. Should have lots of angle here to come down for the 6, maybe too much. That should be fine. It might be a little funny as to how he comes off that 5. He may be coming really close to the 6. You switch to the front or the end view. You can see how this is going to come off that 5. Because he's cutting it a little bit. It's going to come off this way. So he's going to draw it. He's going to draw it to the other side. Right between the 7, 8. Perfect on the 6. A little bit too much on that 6. Should still be able to cut this in, go 2 rails around, take the 8 into the same pocket. And you might be wondering why he looks like he's not happy with that, but and I'll show you. If you draw a line from the pocket through your object ball, he would have liked to have been on this side, because then he can float the cue ball this way easily. Because he's on the other side, he had to play that a lot harder than he wanted, put a lot more spin on it to try and get it over there. It's just a little bit more difficult. Still likely with his shooting ability, but would you rather shoot a 95% shot or an 87% shot? Small break in the action. So we'll switch that over. Right. There we go. It just had to update. Sometimes it's a little slow. So Edwin's on the hill. Alan's got a bit of a mountain to climb with 4 more wins before he would move on to face Simon. Amrit Singh winning his first 2 matches, defeating Mike Isaac in the first round. That's a good win, 7-5. Bernit Cole and Eddie 2 tied at 5, both racing to 8. And Alan's back, so we'll head back to that table. Nice break. Good separation. Wide open table. Nothing's tied up. Alan has a great opportunity to get through this one. If you're just joining us, this is the Phv Open 9-ball tournament coming to you from Q1 Billiards in Top 147 in Richmond, British Columbia, Canada. You're watching Alan Ema, 708 Fargo, I believe, and Edwin Advincula, who's a 656 or 652, 658, I can't remember. But fairly decent Fargos. Nice stun shot to get that cue ball across the table for the 5. Might have preferred a little bit less angle. He would have liked to have been here. That's not a good idea. There we go. He would have liked to have been here. That way he can stun into the rail and back out to the 6. And now he has to go all the way across the other side of the table. It looks like he's left Edwin a path to the 5. Yeah, there's even if it's not there, the rail first is there, and that's just about as good. Either way, Edwin's going to want to be on the left side of the 6 as we look at it here. And the straighter the better. He doesn't want to move too far for the 7. He's a little bit off. You can see if you draw that line through the middle of the pocket, through the bottom of that 6 ball, he would have liked to have been just about here. Oh, that's I think I'll stick with X's. And that way he doesn't have to move too far to get to the 7. Here he's going to have to come back and out again. He's got to watch the 9. Put a little bit of spin on that to check it, so nicely done. Oh, and he ended up right on the end of the line there. That's cool. Back out to the center of the table. At this point, the only angle he doesn't want is right about there. Because drawing off it would take it this way, and it doesn't provide enough of an angle to get anywhere else. Straight, steeper, shallower. Other side of the ball is fine. That's going to work out. A little farther than he'd want, but it's okay. You've got options. You can go into this rail and 2 rails around. You can come into the side rail and out. Which it looks like he's going to play that into the side rail and draw out. I think we got a grinder or a blender going. He wants that to move just a little bit farther. Sorry about that. Somebody was getting a blended drink. That's the first time that's come on today. Didn't know I was going to have to contend with those, but that's all right. We'll make it work. Discovered the mic that I was using was not the correct mic. That was coming in through another mic, so I'm trying to get the other mic to work. But in the end, Edwin Kula has defeated Alan Ema, and he will move on. We will see who they're going to send up here in a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to put the poster up, and we will return in just a few minutes. And there you go.
Okay. Oh, very loud. Let's turn that down a bit. Interesting. It doesn't look like it's being very loud at all. But then the meters are jumping off the charts, so strange. And there's no match going on the feature table at the moment. We'll see what they send up in a minute. Just trying to work with the audio here, get it to a point that I'm happy with. Just testing the audio. Audio test. Okay. I think we got that sorted out. Or maybe not. Kevin Robitaille practicing on that table. Well, clearly a little bit more work to be done with audio controls. It's always funny with audio because it looks like, according to the meters on the computer, it's loud enough, and then you see the master, it's lower and not at an appropriate volume. Okay, I'll be back in a minute, folks. I'm just going to go check and see how soon we're going to get another match. And we're back. All right. Kevin Robitaille and Ken Domingo getting into it with a little bit of 9-ball. Run-of-the-mill 8 for Kevin. Doesn't need to do anything but keep the cue ball somewhat off the rail. 9-ball drops, and he'll lead 2-0. Winner breaks, 9-ball on the spot, 2-ball on the tail. Takes away that guaranteed wing ball on the break. Now everybody has to try to punch the 1 ball on the side. Took me a little bit to sort out the issue with the scorekeeping. It's a little awkward. Kevin getting that 1-ball close to the side, but not in. Nothing else goes down. Ken's going to come to the table with a kick at that 1 or a push shot. I think I like the kick if you can get it clear of the 8-ball and leave that cue ball down there. Oh, he went for the thin to make it. Wants that cue ball to get all the way down to that rail. Kevin's going to try and thin off the 1, get down table into this mess, leave the 1 behind the 8. Nope, just trying to get to the side rail with that cue ball behind the 7. Sorry, the 1-ball. Elected to go the other way. Sometimes tough to see exactly what the angle is to see if you can hit it as thin as you need to run 1 and hold the other. That's the angle I wanted. Trying to kick and leave the 1-ball there. Now elected to try and hit it thin. Ends up with the safety. Does not look like there's a window there. He could jump the 3, try and cut the 1 to the side. Cue ball will run a little bit, but you're likely to have a decent look at the 2. And it looks like he is going to break down that break cue and convert it to the jumper. So, Mr. Domingo going airborne. Good try, good hit. It may cost him the rack, though. He's left that 1 out over the side pocket. This might be a little bit tricky to hold the cue ball for the 3. May elect to use a blocking ball. Could draw it over. He's bumped into it, but that's going to work. See Mason Mackey in the background, another player from Chilliwack, BC. believe he's playing Mona. Decent player in her own right. In the high fives, I think. I'd have to double check that. Just wants to hold it for the 7. And there you can see a perfect example of a cue ball following a line of approach into the ball. Looks like he's fairly straight. Hard to tell the angle from here. Doesn't look like he's queuing up any differently than he normally would, so if you saw how fast that 8 went in, you can tell that there was a little bit of power behind that, just trying to stun it into the rail and out. Have a decent look at the 9. Off the side rail, out into the center of the table. Every inch of felt that cue ball takes getting to that top rail on the screen, Evan will be thankful for. The longer you could make these, the more likely your opponent is to miss. Fairly straight. Looked like he was a little misaligned there. This is going to set up fairly nicely for Kevin into camera number 2. There he is. That should say 3-0 for Kevin. I'll see if I can update that. I'm not sure why it's not updating on its own. There it is. I'll see if I can work that out for tomorrow. We'll just throw our own title screen up. Nope. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to deal with this as best we can. Kevin, unexpectedly hanging that 8 ball. Gives Ken a great opportunity to get on the board. Yeah, we're going to try and stream this to Facebook as well, folks, on the Kikin Billiards Facebook page, but it may overload the old PC. We'll see how it goes. Hey, Bob. No problem. Thanks very much. That seems to be working. So we are live on Facebook and YouTube now. I know it's been a while, but see how it goes. See if we can bring that score sheet back up. Well, I got back here in time to see the final score at 5-0. Races on the B side are a little shorter. They're doing the digital pool Fargo medium, I believe it is. It's a little different than standard Fargo. Apparently, it's a little weird with digital pool, but that's right. That's the system they said they were using. Up next is going to be Simon Pickering and Edwin Kula. That'll be a good match. I think Simon's the highest rated Fargo player in the tournament. He won his first match over at top 147 earlier in the afternoon. Just about to walk by the booth. For those of you just joining us, this is the PHV Open 9-ball tournament. Coming to you from Q1 Billiards and top 147 in Richmond, BC, just off number 3 road. 9 balls racked on the spot. The 2 is on the tail. Template racks are fine. The 3 foul rule is in effect. Golden break is okay. Winner breaks and referee shots will be on the phone. Brought to you by Hands Delta, local billiards products and supplier in Delta, BC in Richmond. And Tymey Roofing, Mike Silvius, our tournament director, or one of them. He's been a long-time supporter and long-standing supporter of pool in the Lower Mainland. Wow, how rusty am I? They have 1,500 added, plus a prize for top finisher under 500 and top female prize, $150 each. And that slogan could only have come from Doug Lowe of Low Expectations. Not just good, good enough. You might have a horse in the game, but I have a unicorn. Quoted from Anonymous. That had to be you, Doug. Couldn't have been anybody else. As you can see, they had a tiered entry. Races are Fargo Medium from Digital Pool. Race to 8 on the A, race to 6 on the B. They're using the new Digital Pool system, so it sends all the players a text when their match gets called. They should be watching the bracket anyway, just to make sure they're not too far away. 20 minutes down the road and you just ordered dinner and your match gets called. You should pay attention to the draw. I'm just going by the microphone here, but it looks like nobody can hear the music in the background. That's Mr. Simon Pickering warming up there. I think he won an entry into the U.S. Open there a few years ago at a big tournament down in Seattle. Not sure whatever happened with that. Been a pretty interesting year in pool the last for 2025. World 9-Ball Tour just started off again with the Chinese Taipei Open. To look and see who won that. Great billiards resource for news is AZ Billiards. And Kopin Yi won it. Second place was Nelonan, and then Maluto. Sanchez Ruiz came in fourth. Pretty decent. What do you call it? Lineup down there. Next World 9-Ball Tour event. Let's see, should be January 21st to the 23rd, the World 9-Ball Tour Legends event down in Manila in the Philippines. A non-ranking event, but it will have Efren Reyes, Ralph Souquet, Francisco Bustamante, and Earl Strickland in it. Should be a lot of fun. Right after that is the Caraboa International Open from Jakarta, Indonesia. $100,000 prize fund in that one. $100,000 prize fund in that one. Followed by mid-February, we have the Premier League Pool, which is always an interesting event. The Pattaya Open in March. The 2026 European Pool Championships in March. That's a major event. Prize fund in that one is $225,000. Followed by a few smaller ones, the QTech Belgium Open, the In the Box Open in New York, the McDermott Open in Connecticut, and then the Players Championship by Diamond at the Expo. There's a few more smaller tournaments in May and April. The Beasley Open, the Bob Stocks Memorial, the Costa Rica Open, and the Arena Open, the Jacoby Scottish Open, and then in May, at the end of May, the UK Open Pool Championships, another major event with $225,000 in total prize money. A busy 6 months in professional pool. Simon and Edwin underway. Edwin with a decent spread of the table, but unable to pocket that one ball. It's going to give Simon something to look at. See if we can look over his shoulder. He's not looking at the one, so a little push shot here. Putting the cue ball into that back corner of the table really limits what Edwin can do with it. So he's going to give it back to Simon, see if Simon comes up with something creative. If he has enough room, which I'm not sure he does, but he might be able to come in behind the one, kick it, send the one ball up table, and try and keep the cue ball in this area. Well, he almost got there. Unfortunately, one ball caromed into the, or collided with the 7 and stayed on the up table side. You know, half the time when you're at this stage of the game, it's just how do I not sell out? How do I keep control of the table and keep my opponent on the defensive or even just off the offensive? Not great, not bad, but yeah, I think he was hoping for a little bit more of a difficult shot for Simon to start with. A little bit of bottom right. He's going to try and draw off of this over to the 7 and spin back up table of the 2. Table seems a little slow. Good shot, got lots of angle, but he's got a lot of balls in the road trying to get down for that 3. Looks like he's going, well, I can't tell if he's going forward or is able to avoid the 6. That was the one I was worried about, is can he get past it? Just needs to avoid getting squared up by that 5, which I think he's done a decent job there. He should be on the 4. Bottom left trying to draw right back where he was. Take the 5 into the same corner. Ideally, just off the 5, back out just to the other side of the pocket line. Somewhere out here. Oh, he drew that way back. I think he wanted to take it in the side. Went a little too far. Looks like he can cut it in the side and roll up and down. Yeah, he's not digging into that cue ball, so he's just going to roll it. Oh, is it going to get there? Nicely done. Little bit of angle on this 7 allows him to draw right back to where he's standing in that line. Somewhere into this area would be great. Somewhere near there. Rattles it. I'm not sure what size pockets these are. I know they're not 4-inch pro type pockets, but they're a pretty standard diamond table pocket. 4 o'clock, so we've got 3 more hours of matches today. Edwin would love to get past Simon. That'd be a huge break in this tournament to get that far. On the A side. That would put you into the final 4 on the A side. So first blood going to Edwin. Oh, sorry. That would have put you in the top 8 on the A side. Only one other person in the top 8 confirmed yet, and that would be Matthew Kvikstad. He defeated Ben Dwan 8-4. And Masahiro Hashizumi 8-7. Gary Sankey 7-6. So some nice wins from Matthew over a 654, 612, and 607. Somebody's Fargo is going to get a little bit of a bump. Edwin breaking rack number 2. They haven't adjusted the score on the screen, but it is 1-0 Edwin Kuhl over Simon Pickering. I believe they're both racing to, well, no. Simon will be racing to 8. Edwin will probably be 7. Bit of a tester on the 1 ball. Going to try and hold it there for the 2 as well. Simon not able to do too much with the 1. We'll bring Edwin up for a decent opportunity to start. Edwin juicing that up to try and get back for the 2. Powered the 1 ball out of alignment, though. Looks like Simon's going to try and cut this one ball on the side. If you miss, you want to hit that near horn. I'm not sure what Edwin is looking at there. I think he's looking at crossing the one to the right-hand corner pocket as we look at the table and putting the cue ball back down table. If he gets the speed right and doesn't make the one, he could leave it on that side of the table. He's done that, but he's left it almost hanging in the hole. That actually is not a gimme. Now, I can't see that well from here, but I think there's actually a little bit of space between the one and the rail, so it's not as tough as I thought it was. But Simon using that height to get a little elevated. Not as much elevation as he was expecting on that. Edwin, with ball in hand, needs to avoid the 9, and he's looking at that angle between the 9 and the side pocket. Right here. What he was looking at earlier. He's now electing to thin it into the rail. Although I bet he doesn't want to get that close to the side pocket there. And he elected to go inside the 7 and the 3, so eliminate some of that danger. Fairly straight on that 2, though. He's not going to want to juice this up too much. Just checking to see that it goes by the 4. That's going to come out too far. A little bit of adjustment needed. I would have said it doesn't go, but with the speed that he looked at that, he says it does. No, he's just going to play safe. Then that's the smarter play. I can't tell if Simon's looking at the 1 rail kick around the 9 or the 2 rail kick coming across in front of the 8. And he's playing a push. Gonna thin that 4. Oh, and I forgot about that as well. Edwin just warned Simon that he's on 2. And I overheard Simon say, "Oh, I forgot about that one." Because I guess when Edwin said you're on 2, Simon, of course, would have been, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Well, you tried the jump shot and fouled." And then that's when I heard Simon say, "Oh, I forgot about that one." So this is our first attempt at the 3 foul win. It's a good idea. You're close to that 9. If you can freeze that cue ball on that 9, send that 3 ball 2 rails in behind the 6, That'd be a heck of a shot. Well, I'm not sure what he. Oh, he didn't get on that 9, so he did leave the 2-rail kick on the 3. Edwin knows he left a good opportunity on the table there, and that Simon is a favorite to hit this. He's actually going to take a look at trying to make it. At least I think that's what it looked like with where he was trying to kick to. Trying to hit it. Why not make it? Heck of a shot. Four ball is going to be a little tricky here. He can cross over and bank it to the side, but it's pretty risky. But I don't see another safe. A little bit of a cut the wrong way for the 4 ball. Edwin's just checking about the angles for his cue ball, how it's going to travel. Got to get back out and around. 5 ball is on the side rail by his left wrist right now. Edwin's going to have to come with a shot now. Trying to draw straight off this 5. A little bit of bottom, tiny bit of left. But the last time he had to juice this up, he compensated incorrectly for the deflection and rattled the ball in the corner. This time he's made the shot, but under hit it. Just going to get the extension. These positions for a right-handed player can be a little bit of a challenge. I think he's just going to bank it to the side rail and try and use the 7 and the 9 as blocking balls. No, he was able to thin that a lot more than I thought. Just doesn't want to hit the 9 and scratch, which he doesn't. Check the other angle. Leads me to believe that Simon may not have an edge there. But as we saw in the last, I think it was his last turn at the table, his last inning, kicked in the 3 ball. Made good contact on the 6. Unfortunately for Simon, I think he's left that 6 far enough off the rail. Edwin's taking another look at it. He may play this rail first with siding. Spin into it. I don't think you put anything on that. The score on the screen is incorrect. I'll see if I can fix that for tomorrow and then I get a proper scoreboard up there. Edwin's going to grab the mechanical bridge. I see so many people that elect to hold the mechanical bridge instead of putting it flat on the table. I mean, there are certain situations like that one where it was likely not going to make a difference, but a good solid base gives you a good solid building. Hey, folks, I'll be back in a minute. I'll just leave it running for you, though. See if I can update the scoreboard for them, but I doubt I can. Well, it was 2-0 for Edwin. Looks like Simon's going to get one back. Just pops it into that side rail, into the horn. It's a bit of a back cut, but Edwin should be able to take care of this one. As you can see, the pocket is fairly wide open from that approach. Oh, off both horns, but he's not going to sell it out. That cue ball's going to get to the end rail. It's going to be fairly straight on. That time, Simon gets it to drop. Big swing there from would have been 3-0 down to just 2-1. Just trying to mute some of the glare from the table off there by adjusting the shutter speed on the camera. Looks like it's worked to me. Simon trying to make that one ball in that right-hand side pocket. Draws it up table a little bit. 3-ball looks like it's going to drop. Interesting table. If he can get started with the one in that right-hand side pocket, he then has to work out the 2-4-5 sequence. That 5 and the 7 limit a little bit of the approach to the 4. Does have other avenues, though. Wants that one ball to keep traveling, but it's going to hang out there and give Edwin an opportunity. If Edwin has enough of that one ball, he has natural shape, just has to slide by the 6 to get after that 2. Just like that. Should have plenty of angle there to come back up table between the 5 and the 8. As you saw him just come and take a look at this path. Wants to end up somewhere around here. We'll put a little X there instead. That's a little easier. Somewhere near that X. Bit of a mishit there because he hit it thin, cut it to the side rail. If he had have hit it with the right speed or with the right line, he would have been very short getting to that 4. Tymey playing safe, trying to use that 7 ball, I believe. That cue ball's going to get some speed. It's going to end up in the window. It's like there's a window there. Yep. Not exactly a rack seller, though. He's almost perfectly straight. A little over 3/4 of the length of the table. And has to somehow draw this all the way back down table. Almost perfectly straight. Needs to come back to just about here, I think. Well, I think that will work. Oh, but Edwin might not be happy with it. And he might be right not to be happy with it. He's going to have to play safe. You got to watch the double kiss on these. I think the distance is fine. Should be able to avoid the double kiss. You saw how much spin that cue ball had on it. He threw that 4 ball into the corner pocket. He squared up on the 5. Long, very straight shot. It's got a little bit of angle, though. Not enough to go where he wants to, but he might be able to get where he needs to. He won't be able to put any draw onto this cue ball being tight to the rail. For those of you wondering, it's 2-1, Edwin leading. Took what he had to there. Just needed to make the ball. He knows he's going to be shooting a long shot on the 6. Was hoping he'd be a little further away from the end rail, and then he'd be able to comfortably or more comfortably hit the bottom of the cue ball. He's going to go for it. Just needs to draw back into the center of the table. Maybe the left side of center would be great. Oh, and he's got great position and came very close to making that 6. Simon with an excellent opportunity to run this out and tie up the match at 2. I'm up short off that 6. They can sometimes be tricky as to how to play them when they're in the pocket so deep like that, but he won't be happy with his position on the 7. Doesn't have much of a choice. Really needs to run it down. Some other scores across the board. Giodi Nepomuceno has defeated Daniel Brennan 8-6. Mona Stickley defeats Mason Mackey 8-7. They'll face off in the next round. Matthew Kvikstad defeated Ben Dwan 8-4. He'll take on the winner of Woody Nielsen and Ross Bradson. They're in a battle right now, 655 versus a 663. Fargo. Woody as the 655 is leading 6-5, both going to 8. Amrit Singh, 418. Fargo trailing 2-4 behind Barmeet Cole. Or Barmeet Cole. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Randy White. Oh, sorry. Yes, Randy White defeated Davin Arscott 7-4, or is leading 7-4. He'll face Jay Pompey. Randy's a 622. John is a 656. Bree Garcia trailing Vernell Mendoza. That's a 627 and a 613. Bree trailing 4-5. Edwin hoping that cue ball stops behind the 8, and I think he's gotten a little lucky. Nope. I believe there's a path through there, sir. Tables are running really slow today, it seems. There's the added factor that the way the pocket is being accepted or is accepting the ball, you kind of have to cinch it rather than juice the cue ball around. It's a little bounce on that side rail. I think this is still 2-2. Let me go see if the tournament organizers can get them to use the score sheet. I'll be right back. Well, we'll see how they do. See if they can start updating it. Well, I'm going to lose my PTZ camera, the corner camera, but I can zoom in on the score and I can see it's 2-2. So I'll just keep you guys advised. And that way we're not guessing. As you can see there, they're using the beads on the back by the seats, and it is 2-2. Extra finger click there. Yeah, sorry, the score's been a bit of a problem. They're not using the proper app. It's all supposed to be on digital pool, but if they don't up the score, there's not much I can do. It is 2-2, though. Don't tell me. I've been muted this whole time. Oh, man. Oh, well. So it happens when you got 2 years or a year and a half of rust on you. Five, six, eight, 9 left for Simon. Trying to decide if he's just going to go into the rail and back across. Or whether he comes in 2 rails and around. Pockets have been a challenge today. Oh, and Edwin trying to go 2 rails to trap that 5, or to tap that 5. Man, I can't even talk anymore. Didn't be able to just draw off this 8, play the 9 in the bottom right corner pocket, but he might have enough angle to float to the right. Nope. Really tough to tell, but so that should give Simon the lead 3-2. So Simon's been breaking from the left side of our screen, trying to make the 1 ball on the right-hand side pocket. He's going a little bit wider this time. I wonder if that's to combat the fact that the 1 ball's been coming up table higher. That 1 ball still hit the same side of that pocket, or same side of that rail, almost in the exact same area. Edwin's got some work to do on the 5 in particular. To be able to just make the 2 roll forward, or make the 1 roll forward for the 2. Has enough angle, he can come between that 7 and 8. Somewhere in the center of the table would be fine. Needs to cross that line, though. And he elected to avoid the 7 completely. I don't mind this. You're going to come into the rail. Try and come in here and bust them out. Hope you get the cue ball into this area. I think you're fairly assured to break the 5-8 free. But your odds of being on the 4 or having a really nice look at the 4 aren't great. I don't believe he's going to play safe. Just need to rub that 8. Oh, this is tricky now. Now you've got to find that safety, which might be as simple as thinning the 4 over here and sending your cue ball up in behind the 8. But it looks like he's going for the side. Tried to power that cue ball to the end rail and then back up into the 5. Simon's going to play a safety here, or he may carom on the 8. But I think he'll play the little bump safety. Just bump that 5 over to here. Leave the cue ball there so that trying to take away the one rail kick. That's fairly well done. He may have left the one rail kick. Might be easy to hit, but it's not going to be easy to come away with anything that you're liable to like. Tymey with a little bit of work to do to finish this one off, but he's looking like he's in good shape, still staying in line. Down to the end rail and back out to the middle of the table. Doesn't even mind if he's straight in. Might like to have more angle on the 8, but he can still come down this left side. And he'll be in decent shape for the 9. A little bit of runaway chalk there. So there's Simon will take a 4-2 lead. One ball even higher up the rail that time. Two balls in a bit of a sticky spot for Edwin. He may elect to play safe on this. I think he's going to go for it, though, and then possibly play safe on the 2 or bank it. He's come back into position for banking. He could also cut it into that side pocket off the 7. That's not a bad option either. Bank side. Shortens it up, but not enough. Just back and forth, back out into the middle for the 4. Fairly chilly in here, so that's contributing to the slow speed of the tables. Sorry, it's not chilly, but it's, only those that are in the heat of competition are just wearing one shirt. Probably going to elect to take a longer shot on the 5 than he'd like. Every inch this comes back makes it a little easier. He's looking at how he can avoid the scratch off the 5. He's going to hit this thin. The cue ball's going to run. That's fairly well done. Fairly straight on the 6. Wants to draw back so he could shoot that 7 in the side. Got just enough angle. He can avoid the scratch anywhere he wants to be. Devin's down. He's lined up nicely for the 8. We'll probably have to play short side shape on the 9 and play it into this bottom corner pocket in front of us. Running it down the rail. Ooh. That was hit either very thick or he got a kick. For those of you who don't know, a kick happens rarely, but not uncommonly, when there's a particularly sticky spot on one of the balls. The object ball is the cue ball. Usually it's the cue ball because it is the one that has the chalk dust stuck onto it. And it can really throw that object ball off of alignment. So that's going to be 3-3. Some of Edwin's friends are watching from that end of the table. So Randy White is going to face Jay Pompey. Whoops. Well, I didn't use my time very well that time. So there you go. Edwin breaking rack number 7. We're all tied up at. Oh, sorry. He's down 4-3. Edwin can't get anything to drop. Seems to be a difficulty of both players these days. $5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We do have a couple more hours to go in the stream. I think we'll probably get one more match in. Not sure who it will be, but as you can see in the stream, Arnaldo and Fiesta 618 Fargo battling Brad Porteous 637 Fargo. That's just started. Eddie 2 versus Sean Telvin. And Gerald Chase versus Jing Lu. Kevin Robitaille leading Noriel Dianco. Oh, and they're back at it. Looks like Simon's finding his rhythm here. Simple 4-ball on the corner. Run that cue ball up and down through the center of the table. Trying to get exactly where he pointed. That's going to be a little short. So that's a challenge. Even playing safe on it isn't guaranteed. He looks like he's going to try the cut. Leads me to believe that 7-ball may go for a ride. Yep, he's going to hit the 7 fairly full in the face. Oh, he just went to play safe. Well done, sir. Don't believe the edge is there. I don't mind kicking up and down table at this. Be nice if you could clip it like that. Send the cue ball down here and leave the 5 ball in the end rail. Maybe bounce into the back side of the 7 so you can't kick it for the win or for the make. He was able to thin it. Oh, watch out, though. Wow. Crazy unlucky. Just going to draw to the other side of the table for the 8 ball. Reaching for the mechanical bridge. He's going to try and draw just north of where, well, kind of in between his hands right now. If you do lines to the center of the hands, you'd want to be right there. So there you go. Simon leads 5-2. I am still not recovered from those late nights last week. Yeah. One ball still high on that side pocket. Good spread, but still nothing. So Edwin's going to come to the table. Likely try and thin that one. Oh, he's going to bank the 1 ball. In the net. Nothing but net. And he's fairly nice on the 2. I think he's got the wrong angle to go for the 3. He's going to have to play this with top right siding, come down to the end rail and spin in between the orange 5 and the yellow stripe 9. Check the execution. Oh, he hit that good. You saw the spin of that cue ball come off that too. Nicely done. And he comes straight across for the 4. Or is he going to back up between the 7 and 9? Just taking an extra look at things never hurts. Watch that side pocket. Oh, a couple of unforced scratches that have really cost Edwin this rack. If Simon can capitalize. Competition is a whole nother breed of animal, folks. It will be unlike anything you've done before. Needs it to go a little further to take that 6 in the side. It does seem to be a fine line between enough speed to run around the table and get to a very specific spot, or enough speed to get him. To even get there. That's an unexpected miss from Simon. We'll chalk that up to his wonky elbow. I made that up. Edwin's climbing back into this match, looking to tie it up at 4. Really trying to work the cue ball to get on that 8, and he's done a good job of getting to the 8. And it looks like the 9's taken the 7 to this pocket away, this corner pocket on the bottom of our screen. But maybe the angle's deceptive. Can't tell if he's going for the make or safety. And he's going for the make, but watch out for the side pocket. Wow. To go up 5-3, this 9 ball. Well done, sir. Simon takes the lead again. And this is where we're at. One moment, folks. Good try from Edwin. Those pockets can be a little tough. Looks like Simon can get the edge of the 2 there. Not much. He can't do much with it, but he can see the edge. Maybe get a little safety out of it. I think Simon was joking a little bit with Edwin there, saying, "Oh, I thinned it," and caused Edwin to pause. But Simon immediately smiled. He's like, "No, it's foul. Ball in hand. There you go." Most of these players know each other. I think there's a few from out of town. It is a $1,500 added tournament, so prize money's a little bit better than your average Saturday night tournament. We're going to finish up streaming, and I think the last match is done at 7. So we'll probably only get one more match. Edwin did not want to clip the 7 there. Wanted to get around it. Faced a long 4-ball, little off angle. He didn't miss that 4-ball by much, but he did miss it. Hasn't left it for Simon either, though that other angle led me to believe it might be there, but this is a tough little cut if he decides to take it on. He's looking for safeties here, I believe. He'll bank that 4-ball, try and go 2 rails back up towards the 9 and send that cue ball in behind the 7. Nope. Cut it in like it was nothing. Embarrassing how often I get fooled. It's a little tough to tell the angles. It's looking good now, though. Good speed on the 5-ball. I think he's got enough angle to just go straight into that top rail and back out into the center of the table. No, he's spun it around. Gets clear of the 7. Now you can go forward and go left to right across the table and take this 8 into the bottom left corner pocket of our screen. Or you can go back and forth again, but put a little bit of left on it so that you could take the 8 into the top left. Simon's taking a long option. You've got to hit this clean. It's got to have the right pace, and you do not want to hit that side rail at this angle, at this pace. It has a tendency to reject the ball. Just going to go straight back and forth. Ollie's fortunate to have that ball kicked, or sorry, the pocket kicked the ball right out of the pocket. It's left it on the end rail. Nothing for Edwin to do but figure out a bank or a safety. I don't mind thinning it on the way down into that rail and then spin back and try and leave the 8-ball just over here. Edwin taking a little bit of extra time. Just wants to be sure of his decision. Maybe contemplate another option. He's looking at the long bank. He's made up his mind. Or he hasn't. You're allowed to change your mind. As a matter of fact, if you're not decided when you get down on that ball, then you probably should stand back up. Commit to it, then get down and play the shot. Little bit of a double kiss there, I think. It had that familiar jump ball action there. And that'll put Simon on the hill with 7. Some other scores around the tournament. Diodi, Nepomucemo, and Mona Stickley are playing in the next round. That's the 4th round of the winner's bracket. Diodi leads 4-1. Matthew Kvikstad will be facing Ross Bradson, who defeated Woody Nielsen 8-7. The winner of this match will face Barneet Coley. I apologize if I'm saying that wrong, sir. Simon's come up dry on the break. May not like his next turn at the table either. Randy White and Jay Paypompe are going at it. Both racing to 8, 622, 656 Fargos respectively. Bree Garcia defeated Vernell Mendoza 6-6. That's weird. Edwin trying to get safe against that right-hand side, right behind the wall of balls there, but didn't quite get there. Simon will have a go at trying to get safe. Knocking that one ball up table, trying to get him behind the 8. He's in behind the 8. It's very well done. Edwin may have a little bit of a gap past the 8, but he may also have to kick 2 rails at this one. Oh, good try. Almost got it on the 2nd or 3rd rail. But unfortunately, unable to connect. Simon looking at a 1-9. Don't see why you wouldn't. There it is. Match over, folks. 8-3. These two know each other fairly well. They've played each other more than twice. So that concludes that A-side matchup. As you can see, this is the top of our A-side bracket with Diody, Mona, Matthew, and Ross. That end of the bracket will be filled out with Simon, Barneat, Bree, and the winner of John and Randy. B-side competitors on the screen there, notable names: Woody Nielsen, Arnaldo, Brad. I mean, these guys are all strong. I mean, on that first section of the draw sheet that we can see, I mean, Atan at 597 is just about the weakest. The lowest rated Fargo, Jing Liu at 542, and Daniel Brennan still putting them down. So far, 530. Amrit Singh at 416. Still hanging in there. Scott Chalmers and Doug Lowe battling it out. Doug with a 5-3 lead. Winner will take on Keith Yep. Very strong player from Q1. But that will likely be tomorrow, because we're only going to fit one more match in. I'm going to switch it to a view of the crowd, and you'll see some of those matches going on in the background. You know what? I may be able to snag one for you here. Let me see. Nope, can't find it. I was going to see if I could find one of the streams from EvoSports. They've got at least one camera going. I believe it's showing the Eddie 2 match. But I could be wrong. I'm going to leave this run for a minute, go take a look and see if they're going to send another match up to this table. Okay. I should know that when I leave the bench, I get caught up in conversations. So, anyway, Noriel Dianco versus Vernel Mendoza. Hopefully, they use the app this time. One ball is tracking towards the side, goes off the horn, stays out. It's going to line up for Noriel into this bottom right corner pocket. Got a good line on it there. Just a little draw back into the side rail. Out. He'll have the 2 and be able to move up for the 3. He's got a nice line. He can come back and inside the 4 ball. That's probably the safest route. He doesn't need a lot of angle on the 3 because the 3 to the 5 is right there. I'm pretty sure that 5 ball goes past the 8. Easy to overcook this, though. Sorry, the 4 ball's there, too. My bad. He hasn't come quite far enough. You see a little bit of a head shake there. So if you do it again, you draw that line across the center of the table. He wants to be on this side of the line when he finishes with the 4. So straight to the end rail with a little bit of left-hand siding. Wants to not get a nice little bounce off the side rail, but don't be pointed the other way. I think he's got a tiny bit of angle. He may have to hit this with some power to it so it comes along this tangent line for a little bit before it curls in and comes out for the 6. I am not an artist, especially with a mouse, and only slightly better with a pencil. If you notice, that cue ball did a little stutter there as it slid along the tangent line, and then unfortunately got in behind the 9. Open to kick 2 rails, and he's got the second rail, but he didn't hit it quick enough, so it kind of slid underneath the 6. That's going to give Vernel a great opportunity to run out a fairly clean 4-ball rack. Biggest challenge is just staying on the right side of your next ball. Of course, that's the kind of problem you want when you come to the table. Is your only problem is staying in position. You don't have to break anything out. You don't have to travel long distances. And the 6 ball rattles and stays up. So the cloth isn't brand new. So it's going to play a little slow. It's a little chilly in here, just a little bit below room temperature. So the table's going to be a little slower because of that as well. Oh, and Noriel just gets that 6 to drop. Fairly simple 7-8. Dead straight on the 9. He's got an odd queuing position there. It looks like the cue. Oh, did you see that at the end? I wish I had replay set up, which I don't. But his cue was like this. The line from the balls to the set back of the pocket were like that. I'm exaggerating a little bit. But just at the end, actually it was more. Anyway. But at the end, his cue straightened up and was in perfect alignment. That's the first time I've noticed that. Watch that on replay. I mean on YouTube, which is what I call replay sometimes. If these fellas can figure out the break. Everybody's had a hard time making that 1 ball on the side off the break today. 9 ball is on the spot, 2 balls on the tail. Almost always ensures the 2 ball goes down table. Sometimes it gets kicked and stays up here. Just like that. I knew it was going to do that. As soon as I said it, almost always goes down table. The universe has decided to side against me on that. He's able to pot the 1 off the break, though. That was a good start. There's a quick rack. And we're not seeing the score update. Six o'clock. 1 hour left. This will be our last match this evening. They're a little bit behind on the B side. Noriel drains that 1 ball again. 2 ball is up table this time. 3 ball's a problem. Fortunately, Noriel has that 2 ball perfectly positioned for an attempt to break out the 3. we'll need to be a little fortunate to get a roll and land on it. Didn't get the breakout. Might have a bank attempt still. There you go. Now it's updated. Noriel leading 2-1 over Vernell. We've got 7 players left on the A side. They played one of the quarterfinal A side matches already this evening. They've got 2 matches left in round 3 on the B side, and then a handful in round 4. Yep, I'm a big fan of day 2 of any double elimination tournament. Once you get down to 32 players or half of the field, it should switch to single elimination. That way, nobody's up too late on a Sunday night trying to drive an hour and a half on the way home to work at 5 in the morning. I could be biased. Vernell's got room to squeeze that 5 by the 8. Looks like he's going to try and draw off of the 5 to get for the 6. Got to avoid the side. He's done well there. Evo stops at an appropriate spot. Doesn't have to worry about the scratch. Oh, that's the 5. Sorry. Should have known that. I was looking at the small screen, not the big screen. Oh. No. Nope, that's the wrong one again. Give me a second. There you go. Now we're back on track. I'll see if I can't get that figured out for tomorrow. Hey, I think I can figure that out. Noriel leading 3-1. Unable to make the one on that one. I'm seeing if I can fix the score issue on the fly, folks. So give me a minute. Okay, and let me just adjust that. Took me a second to remember how to do it there. Okay, there we go. I think I got it set. Just going to check the races because I think I can add that in there as well. Although I think they're both going to the same 6. Yep, both going to 6. So. Might be a little hard to see, but there you go. 6 and 6, and Vernell is now only down by 1. That didn't take as long as I thought to figure out. Some other scores around the venue. Matthew Gillis and Davin Arscott, 5-4. That's a hill match. Randy White and John Paypompe. John leading 4-3, both going to 8. Masahiro Hashizumi leads Yue Chen 5-4. That's Hill. Keith Yip leads Doug Lowe 2-1. Arnaldo and Fiesta and Woody Nielsen are just kicking it off. Eddie 2 and Mason Mackey both going to 6. Eddie leads 2-0. Jing Liu and Daniel Brennan both going to 6, tied at 3. And Wang Chen Chap and Emrit Singh just starting. Chap going to 6, Singh going to 3. So they're trying to get as many matches as they can done tonight. They've got 45 minutes left to go. Might be a little tight for some of them, but they'll finish off most of these before 7 o'clock. Taking a quick break. The heck is that about? Let's go. Dry break brings Vernell to the table. Managed to combo in a ball. Why do I keep looking at the small screen? I have this full monitor size screen I can look at, or I can look at a quarter size monitor on the right. Spinning it around, clips the 1, drops it in the corner pocket. Not sure if he's got room to put that 2 ball past the 6. Regardless, he's got room to play safe. That could be as simple as knocking the 2 ball down table and the cue ball. I didn't get a chance to draw it in there. But that'll work. Going to keep Noriel on the defensive. He's going to have to try and jump this for the hit. Oh, well, he's bringing us, he's turning around. Splitting that cue into a jump cue. It's coming back to me. It's only taken 6 hours, but you know. If he can stun it to the left. Nope, didn't have enough angle, but he's drawn it back perfect for that 8 in either the corner or the side. Looks like he's back and forth. He's taking the side pocket. Going to draw it into that right side rail. Got a good eye, does Vernell. Looks like he's tied it up. I'm just going to verify that against the live match score. Yes, that's it. All tied up. Vernell 24 points higher in Fargo. That translates to a rack or 2 over a longer race. Not too many problems on this rack. If that 1 goes past the 2, we can take a look at that angle, and it does. Should be able to draw into the side rail and spin back out for the 2. And there, 5 to the 6 as a transition can sometimes be a challenge on this table, but the 5 ball looks like it's got a good enough angle to get back down there. Like it's close enough to the pocket. You could even cheat it if you're tight. Doesn't quite cut it enough. Not sure if he's got enough to cut it. He's just going to bank it, try and get it away from the rail. I'm not sure he's done it. I think he's left enough. That's the wrong button. That's a rail first hit anyway. So not likely going to get a ball in hand on this, but Noriel will be fortunate to make it and get shape on the 2. Possible. A little bit of a masse with a lot of left-hand spin. Just to curve a little bit around the 3, just a hair. Oh, and he didn't even need to. Because he didn't put any masse on that at all, and he was able to slide by the 3 and get even tighter to the 1 than I thought. Kicking it around behind it. Cue ball's got some speed. He's left it over the pocket. There's room to slide that by the 5. And as you can see here, he can just draw into the rail and down table. Should be able to avoid the 8. That's just what he's looking at there. If he's not confident, he can still come into the rail and back this way. But that's fairly tight position. That's a bit of an unfortunate roll. Going to have to go airborne now if he wants to make it in that corner. And jumping out in the center of the table like that, that's not easy. It's tall young fellas that can stretch like that. Ouch. Misses the 1 rail kick. Vernell with an excellent opportunity to take the lead. I believe that would be for the second time this match because he led out with the first one. 1-0. Didn't want to hit the 8 ball, wanted to split the 8 and the 4, but that's still going to work. That is the wrong scene. I keep thinking of that camera as the wrong camera. Okay, there you go. 3 ball into this corner pocket at the bottom of our screen. That's overcut. Needs that cue ball to run, and it's going to get there. Noriel probably bringing out the jump cue again for the 3rd time this rack. No, 2nd time this rack. Up and over. This is going to require a significant strike to get it up over the 8 that quick. Done a great job. Wants that 3 ball to stop now, but it's going to bounce. It may have bounced far enough that Vernell can't see it between that window. He can see the edge of it, but I'm pretty sure he can't make it. I think that 4 ball's in the road. He's just going to kick it loose and hope he gets a little fortunate. Going to play safe here. It's just exactly how. He wants to get the cue ball into here or into here. Looks like he's going to cut the 3 this way. Try and send it into here. Nope. He hit that dead on, which is not what he intended. Room for the 3 to go by. He hangs the 3 ball. Well, it didn't hang it, rattled it out. So the 9 ball's blocking Noriel from potting it in that corner. Is he going to try and jump it, or is he just mass egg? He's just going to mass egg and try and swerve around the 9 into this 3. Well done, sir. Well done. Now the table's open. You're in line. Keep the cue ball clean. By the way, a cue ball here, 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 or even here is not clean. If it was unclear what I meant. That's also unclean. Still workable, but definitely not where he wanted to be. He wanted to hit that 9 ball almost full in the face. The way he shot it leads me to believe that he thought he couldn't play that shot and do anything but hit it full in the face. So he wanted to make sure he had enough energy to push that 9 ball away, and he didn't just roll up in behind it. Cutting the 5 ball across, that looks good. But the cue ball has to stay out, and it doesn't. It finds the bottom of the hole. Vernell back to the table. 4 balls to go up to 4 games to 3. If I can refresh the live scores really quickly before Vernell gets going. We'll run through a couple of them. Randy White, Jay Pay Pompey, both going to 8. Jay leading 6-5. Atan and Davin just getting going. Keith Yip leads Doug Lowe 3-1. Arnaldo and Woody getting going. Eddie 2 leads Mason Mackey 4-0. They're both going to 6. Jinglu and Daniel Brennan both going to 6 are tied at 4. Champ and Singh just started. Singh leading 2-1. Singh's on the hill. He's only going to 3. Chap's going to 6. So important when you're giving up that many games in a short race to get those first few. And Vernell rattles the 8. That's going to give Noriel a fantastic chance to go to 4. Had to stop and look at the score and make sure I was correct as to what number they were still at. It looks like they're not starting any more matches today. They want these ones to finish, especially that Davin Arscott match, because his previous match took quite a while. I'll look it up for you. They got into some safety battles. There weren't very many breaks going each way. It was a pretty tough one. It says their match was only an hour and 35, so that's not bad. Couple of 2-hour matches in the first round. One match went 2.5 hours. That's long for a race to 8, but you don't know the situation, the circumstances, so. Noriel leading 4-3, rack number 8. That one ball comes short that time. And tied up behind a wall of balls. Vernell going to get a little pushy here, I think. Yeah, I didn't think Noriel was going to look too long at that, but he gave that right back. Vernell's going to try and get in and out, but the 4 ball penned the one in and got out of the way. Not a great start, though. The 2 ball is still challenging with the 6 in the road. The combination is there. But anytime you're having to play combinations, trying to control that 2 is not only difficult, but paramount to continuing the run. That's what he's going to do. As you see, the 6 ball needs to go there. That means the 2 ball has to go that way. It'll come off and head towards this corner pocket. Cue ball goes into the side rail and out. And when you're all said and done, the 6 should be in the back of that left-hand corner pocket. The 2 ball should be the right corner pocket, and the cue ball should be on the left side rail. I hope that didn't settle up on the 7. Looks like it still has room to go. As you see Keith Yip and Doug Lowe in that table just behind our feature table. Noriel looking good, staying in control of this rack. I like how calm he looks. He's not overly expressive. Stays pretty still down on the shot. Oh, overcuts the 4, trying to hold it for the 5, but lets it get away. Burnell really wanted to miss that 5. It might not have been the worst thing in the world having it kick towards the side pocket, but at least this gives him a nice, simple pattern to get back down for that 7. Eight ball does rock to the side. So just coming off there. If you come straight at the 8, you will always be on the correct side to float down for the 9, but you might want to be like exactly where he was pointing. That's your center of your ball and center of your pocket. Anything on that side is going to work. You may elect to draw over here. The reason he did that is because the angle on the 8 was the cue ball was going to come off almost directly at the 9. And hitting the 9 or just snuggling up to it or coming too close can cause a ton of problems. But we're all square at 4. You got Mike Silvius and Alan Ema on the background here. I don't think they're playing in the event. I think they're, well, no one, those two, they're probably playing a set. Friendly like, you know. He's made the 1 in the side, but the 2 ball is in a challenging position. Likely time to play safe here. Just thin it. Try and cut it towards the 4. No, he's banking it the other way. This is what I call a split safety. Anytime you put your cue ball and your object ball on opposite sides of a table, and yes, even those two, split safety. Not generally designed to get a ball in hand. It's just designed not to concede control of the table to your opponent. Feel free to add your own insights to the chat on the stream, folks. Noriel with a long 2. Nowhere to go but forward. He's too tight to the rail. May just play safe and bank that 2 ball back down table. Got to watch the double kiss. Now he tried to go for it and would have had something to do with the 3. Sorry, Blair, I didn't see the comment come up quick enough to answer. Ainsley, yes, I will post the bracket in the chat. Give me a second. There you go. Should be pinned in the YouTube chat. I will hop over there and do that for the Facebook chat. Anyway, there you go. It is on YouTube as well, Blair. I'm streaming both the YouTube and Facebook. Just to hear, maybe. You drawing off of this? I expected him to roll into the end rail. Oh, he's going to bump the 8. That's an even better plan. The 8 was in a very difficult spot to make. So just bumping it out like that ensures he still gets a good look at the 6. Position to the 7 isn't difficult. But now the 8 is simple instead of a little bit challenging, frozen to the rail like that. And now he should be able to play this and just draw off the 8. Or if he's got the angle, go into the rail. But either way, he wants to end up right about there. To go on the hill. There it is. Noriel, the first one to reach the hill, 5-4. just so you can see it, these are the matches they have left going today. Randy White has taken the lead. He's on the hill over Jay Pompey. Atan leading 2-0. Keith leading 4-2. Doug making a couple of game dent in that lead. Arnaldo and Woody haven't either been using the scoreboard or haven't started yet. I think they have. Eddie 2, Mason Mackey. Eddie leading 5-1. Noriel leading 5-4. And Chap versus Singh. Chap's taking the last 2. So he still needs 3 while Singh is on the hill. Extra click of the mouse. Whoops. They would like to get the entirety of the 4th round of the losers bracket done. I don't think they're going to do that. They're going to have at least 3 matches for tomorrow morning. Running a bit behind on the B side. Fortunate roll not to leave a decent shot, but Brunel's going to kick into this. Hopefully send it right down table, but he's going to leave it over the pocket. Noriel going to try and make this work. More ball past that 8. It's going to go in off. That's not going to get it done. Noriel's aware of that, though. This does give Vernell an opportunity to be on the hill with a 1-game decider. Doesn't want that 4 ball to drop. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. That 5 ball's sitting right next to the pocket. He's going to be stuck to the rail, does not like it. Now he's got to get from that 5 all the way to the 6. Not going to be easy. This is going to have a lot of right-hand spin on it. Very easy to miss this 5. Just trying to get down for the 6, but there's no other choice. But he's hit it perfect. Oh, that was sweet. It's not normally a difficult shot, but when you have to put that much spin on it, it changes the path the cue ball takes to the object ball. You have to account for deflection. Right? These pockets aren't accepting the ball really, really well, so you got to hit the center as much as you can. Of course, the moment I say that, the 7 ball wobbles in like it had a night out. Or 9 ball in the side to go on the hill. He's made it. Oh, happy day. Going to the hill. Verdale just needs a quick break. Double checking any scores. We should have some results there. Just going to refresh that window. So Randy and Jay, 7-7. Now I want to run over there and watch that. Jay is on my Tuesday night pool team back home, so. I think they might be at the other venue. But no change in any of the other scores. Bracket still looks like that. Eddie 2 and Daniel Brennan, one of the first groups into round 5 on the B side. If not the first group through to the 5th round of the B side. Oh, I missed the break. Sorry. Vernell's able to make the 1. Open on the 2, 3, 4's fine. The 6 is the only one that's a little tricky. 6, 7, 8, all clustered in the center. Those can always create interesting situations. Wanted to come a little farther. He's now going to be elevated up over the 8. You can put a little bit of unintended masse on this if you're not super careful. Uses the 9 to stop the cue ball. He's going to need that rake again, I think. Might be able to reach it. He is right-handed. One of the worst feelings in pools when you're sitting there watching your opponent run out and he's on the hill and there's nothing you can do. But Noriel is just sitting calmly in his chair, waiting for his opportunity if or when he gets one. Looks like the 6 ball goes to that side pocket. Yeah, there's a plan there. I didn't realize it did. We're now just going to stun into the rail, try and get a little bit of room off the rail. There you go. He can roll forward a little bit and play the 7 to the side, or he can stop right there for the 7 to the corner. He was a little further to the left on that pocket than he wanted. Kind of pushed on the horn to make it go down. He's got room to slide by there. I'm on the same pocket to take this match and advance. Sorry. There it is. Vernell taking this match 6-5. That's going to be the last one for me tonight, folks. We'll be back tomorrow morning. I don't know what time. I'm sure someone will let me know. I'll post it and share it to Facebook and YouTube, and we'll be back again tomorrow morning. So thanks very much, folks. Have a great night. And remember, this has been event images. There we go. The Phv Open. Hold on. There we go. The Phv Open 9-ball tournament, $1,500 added. Top finisher under 500 and top female prize of $150 each. Remember, you might have a horse in the game, but I have a unicorn. I don't know where that came from. It's on the poster, so I thought I'd read it. Thanks very much, folks. We'll see you tomorrow.